Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started here. Before we do, though, we're going to have Councilwoman Spruill, I'm sorry, to lead us in prayer, and I ask everyone please stand for the pledge. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here. First, we're going to go ahead and take item 1 on the agenda to consider approval of minutes from May 3rd, 2022 regular session.
After reviewing the minutes, I'll make a motion we approve the minutes of the May 3rd regular session as presented.
I'll second that.
Well, motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We'll now we're going to make an adjustment on the agenda today. We're going to go ahead and move item 6 up at this time, which is to consider approval of pay request from Watson Construction for the work on the community center.
Mayor and Councilmember Jordan is the architect on this project.
This is pay application number 4 for the project, and it is certified in the amount of $102,926.70. The main work that's been completed for the project is preparation for pouring the foundation. So a lot of the dirt work has been completed. And you can see on there as far as the largest percentage of the draw is for the site demolitions and earthwork. And for this work period, they're asking for just under $80,000. The rest of it is small amounts, but that was the main portion that's been completed and that's being asked for on this draw.
Jordan, do you know when they're looking to pour the slab?
I know they're getting very close. They're still putting in a little bit of conduit in and things like that, but I would imagine that it's probably going to be happening at the end of this week or the beginning of next week would be my anticipated time frame.
So we're paying for a little bit of materials here. I'm seeing pictures here, some items.
Yes. So if you wanted to go through it more strenuously, I guess, site utilities, so that really is getting the electrical to the transformer pad, and then rough carpentry, that's just kind of getting some of the boards out there to start looking at forming up the foundation. And then the next item is for materials stored, which is HVAC. Just because of materials rising, we've released them to order things as we get the submittals and approval. So there will be a lot more stored materials on this project that what you probably have seen historically. But we do require, and you can see in that backup data, for them to show that it is insured if they're not storing it on site. And they have provided that data to us. And so that's what the HVAC is some of that equipment has started coming in. And then the $7,000 for the electrical, that's part of that transformer pad and getting the electrical there.
Hey, Jordan, refresh my memory. In this project, is there like an equipment room or closet to put stuff for, like, you know, telco, telephone stuff, internet stuff? Is that correct?
Yes, there is a closet and a wall is designated for all of those items to be on there. Yes.
So with that said, I don't know if it's already in the plans, but can we make sure the electrician stubs up a vacant conduit in the slab that comes that wall, so that way it's already there for the telephone provider to bring their fiber or copper into the facility, so that way they don't have to worry about disturbing the exterior wall?
There is a 2-inch conduit that's going from the road all the way to that room.
That conduit is big enough for the fiber to come in.
2 inches is typical.
Okay, council, we have any further questions? Okay, if not, we'll open the floor for a motion on this item.
I move for the approval of the pay request for Washington Construction for the work on the community center.
I'll second that.
A motion by Councilman Walker, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries unanimously. We'll now close that item on the agenda. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have another adjustment. We're going to go ahead and go into our executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The City Council will recess into executive session to discuss the following. This portion of the executive session will be litigation to consult with bond counsel concerning legal matters of Texas Government Code 551.071. At this time, the council is in executive session. Time is now 7:29. The council is reconvened back into our regular agenda. Before we move on, we have one other item that we're going to move up, which is item 10. So we're going to go right into that, which is consider adoption of ordinance 2022-7, granting CenterPoint Energy Resources Corporation, DBA CenterPoint Energy Texas Gas Operations, as a franchise to install its facilities in the city's public right-of-ways and implementing a franchise fee on the gas sales within the city and a fee on transported gas delivered to transport customers located in the city.
Mayor and council, we have an ordinance here that has been agreed upon by us and by the attorneys for CenterPoint in Houston. And just to give you some history, our franchise agreement ran out in 2013. There may have been an agreement to go 2 more years, but since 2015 we've not had an agreement. So we've just been operating really like we under the old one, trying to get this done. In 2019 we determined that we didn't have an agreement, and so we went to and I'm sorry, I forget your name. Karen Bradshaw. Yeah, we met with Karen and John Seal, from our local reps. And what they told us is that the agreement we needed to do was to, we were the only city under the CenterPoint in their franchise that had a 6% fee that we collected on their gas sales. They wanted that to go down to 5%. And then they also said that the company wanted us to give up our local jurisdiction, which is called original jurisdiction, over rates and so forth. So we contacted an attorney that works with these rates. In fact, Freddie Herrera is the guy in Austin that when we have rate increase requests from either CenterPoint or SWEPCO, he represents several cities, and we hire them to look at them and negotiate them. So he's been working for a couple of years, since 2019, the end of 2019, 2020, to do it. They must be very busy because they really slow walked us on this whole thing. Not Kieran, but their company down in Austin. So we've been working on it for a long time. So basically, what we found, if you remember, we hired some consultants and to look to see if there's any businesses in SWEPCO or in CenterPoint that's not paying the franchise fee. And they came back and said, you've got 13 large industries in your city that should be paying, but haven't been paying since 2007. And so that's when we got our attorney and said, okay, we want to. So one of the questions we asked is, why'd you stop? And that date back in 2007 coincides with when the gas industry was deregulated, which means that large users can go out on the market and buy gas from different, like we do with electricity, Synergy or different things. You can buy it and bring it in, but you have to then, of course, bring it through the pipes of CenterPoint. So you set up a deal, and these big users can go out and look at gas. I don't know if they do it weekly or daily or what, but they're buying the cheapest gas they can. They bring it in. At that point, CenterPoint, they said our attorneys, we decided that we didn't have to pay it on the big users because we weren't selling the gas. We only had an obligation to charge fees to people that we provided gas sales to. And so I said to him, so you guys decided that also you guys aren't collecting any money. You didn't charge them for running the gas through your lines then. And they said, no, we charge them for. And I go, well, if the gas, I don't care if the gas comes through your lines or in our right-of-ways, we should still get it. So our whole thing the last couple of years is they should pay us something back. And basically, they're not going to pay us something back. I think Karen told us they're not going to pay anything back 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And So we just, we're not going to get anything back. Now, one of the things they did require is that we're supposed to, when we approve this tonight, we're saying that we have no, what is it, Carrie? We can't go back and get after them or anything in the past. Everything's, so we felt like by doing that, we ought to get some payment for past gas that we didn't get. And they said, no, we're not putting that part in, but we want this part in. So that's basically it. But they did concede on some things. So we are going at 5% with 7 cents an MCF for gas that's transported by them, the big industries. And that's going to equate to $90K, or it could be as gas prices go up or whatever, but it's 7 cents a CFF. So if they use more and so forth, or we get more industry in, we're getting an expansion with Diamond C and Prefer. So that could be up to $100,000 a year. And they agreed with that. The definition of rights of way excludes parks, and they have no franchise rights to install facilities in a park or some of our property, which they agreed to. We get to retain our original jurisdiction over rates and services. We get to do audits to ensure that we're paying what we owe. That's those guys we hired a few years ago. We get to audit to make sure we're getting what we're supposed to get. It's a 10-year with 5-year increases. If no one says anything, we get a 5-year extension. Nobody says anything, get another 5-year kind of thing. But at each time, at each one of those, we get an opportunity to review and negotiate changes, however we may want to. Yes.
I was just going to say, under the terms, the initial term is effective for 10 years, and then it's 5-year periods that will renew automatically unless either the city or, right. So with that said, real quick, that's 35 years. So during that 35 years, will we continue the 5% rate, or is there a chance, like you just said, we could reevaluate and renegotiate that rate?
I know that one of the things that they want to do is whatever they pay one city, they want to pay all. They won't want to have different rates, and that's the big thing we fought. We were the only city in their system, and I really think you can blame Kerry Wooten for that, but I don't know all the history there. But they were the only ones that had it, and it was really a problem for them. They thought, and they wanted us to get what everybody else did, and what they traded us for that was they'll pay 7 cents CFF for the big user, the big industry that we haven't been getting, that we felt like was ours right to get anyway, kind of thing. So, but that's the trade-off. So that's basically it. Karen may want to say something, and but we recommend approval. It'll be the first time in 7 years we've had a approved a franchise agreement with CenterPoint.
No, the only thing, Ed, I'd add, actually, I think the charter says 3 readings, so tonight we're the first reading and we've adopted, but if you see on their ordinance there, I mean, they've got three different meetings on there, so not a big deal, and that's just the way it's been, but I think that's what the intent of that. And so you're expressing you read it tonight, and then it's shown here, and then another reading, and then finally adopted on 3rd reading. Yeah.
They don't vote on it tonight. It's just a.
At the end back there, it's posted. It's present and it's notice in place, and. It was, and that's in our charter. That's probably old style, but it's still in the charter until you make some changes on it. But it's not a big deal. It's been done many times, before. We'll acknowledge that we read it and we approve, but we'll do what we want to do it right.
Carrie?
You know, for six, you know, we had a unique place in history. I think Irma was probably on the council when we got, 6% across the board for all of them. So we, you know, it built some streets and things, whatever, so.
Well, good, we were at 6%, but what about this almost 7-year gap when we received nothing? How does that happen?
That happens because, if you remember, right after we came, I think SWEPCO, we looked at their system, there was 2 annexations that they forgot to include, and they caught it. So then we did some more audit on them. We hired some people, a couple of guys to do some audit. Found some more with SWEPCO. We asked them to do an audit of CenterPoint, and they came back. And there was a few little businesses that didn't amount to too much that they took care of. But then we found these 13, actually 12 big industries in our city that weren't paying. And when we asked them, why didn't you tell us you're going to do that? And they said, it's really not up to us. He said, if you ask for it, you can get it, but we never asked for it. So they're basically saying there's a little bit of onus on us, finance director, city manager, to do audits occasionally and make sure we're getting the money we should. And it went from 2007 to 2019 with us not knowing we weren't getting what we could have got. And if we'd asked them, we'd probably got it.
Yeah, Sherry, I think your question, you kind of framed it like we didn't get anything, but
That's how it sounded.
I can't speak to that, but it wasn't that we didn't get anything. It was just those particular, whether it's due to annexation or whatever, that didn't, because we've maintained a matrix for a long time where you send it to everybody. I can't explain why those didn't. I don't know, but I think the question is that correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, it wasn't that we didn't get anything. We just didn't get those.
I think that's exactly right. We were getting the franchise on everybody, but when it went deregulation and companies then didn't buy from CenterPoint, bought from others, that's when they stopped collecting franchise fees for the sales of others' gas that went through their lines. I think that had we caught it at the time, we could have jumped up and said, hey, we want you to do that anyway. But it took us to find out that we weren't getting it before and they did say, if you ask, we'd be glad to sit and talk about it. But we don't go around the city saying, by the way, you can get more if you'd ask us, kind of thing. They don't do that. They leave that up to us.
I'll add one other thing that I think probably weighed into it. It was 2006 or 7, I think, is when we changed the way we did a rate. We used to have an annual cost of service adjustment, and the cities would, in this small area, would meet and do an annual cost of adjustment rather than one big rate increase ever so often, big rate case. And that was about the year that we quit, that they consolidated into a bigger region from almost the Red River to Gulf Coast almost, which she can explain to you. But that's about the time that it all changed right in there as far as how they set how the rates, that we got away from that annual cost of service. And I think that's probably part of it. And I'm guessing, I don't know for a fact, Sherry, but I think that's probably part of it.
A question. Now that we found out this problem, what action plan, Mikhail and Ed, do we have to suspense to make sure this doesn't happen again in the future?
We will every 3 or 4 years, 5 years or something, we'll do the audit again and find out if there's others. It'll just be a regular audit we need to do, and I don't know how often, but it needs to be probably 3 to 5 years we do another audit.
We've also implemented a contract management system where all our contracts will go in there and it will alert us when contracts are coming up. And so we've just now implemented it with our new software system. So we're working on getting all of our contracts put into that system so that we don't have to worry when they expire. We'll know, we'll have a 60 to 30 day heads up when contracts expire, so we can get on those, and so it doesn't go 2 or 3 years or 5 or 7 years before we notice that they've expired. And they're not just in a shelf or in a filing cabinet where you have to actually dig them out and look at the expiration date, but we have it electronically now, where we can actually look at those expiration dates and keep up with those. And so I think that contract management system is going to help a lot.
So that'll ensure that none of the contracts will run out and without us knowing. But even during the contract period, we have the right to do the audit and see if we're getting the money we're supposed to. And certainly when we annex, we're supposed to notify them of the annexation, which in one of the cases at SWEPCO, 2 of them, we notified them and they got it, but they failed to make the change. So they paid us back 3 or 4 years, if you remember.
So since then, just like we annexed Big Tex, for instance, we have to make sure that we notify them of any industry or any new industry that comes in and builds, but no expansions. As far as like if Pilgrim expanded, we don't have to notify them. That's already under the umbrella for that. Thank you.
Council, we have any further questions? Okay, floor is open at this time.
I'll make a motion that we adopt this ordinance 2022-7 granting CenterPoint Energy this franchise installment of these facilities as presented tonight and discussed.
And on the first reading.
This is the first reading. Yeah, it don't state that in here, but I will add that as in the motion there.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, at this time that the vote goes unanimous, we'll go ahead and close this item on the agenda, and we'll move back to item 2 on the agenda, which is our financial statements. McHale.
Thank you, Council. The financials are included in your packet. We've also included the cash balances for the month of March and April. Right now, the general fund we're approximately 58% through the budget, with approximately 41% remaining. Again, the general fund, we have 65% of our revenue collected. With again 58% of our budget passed, so we only have to collect about 35% of our remaining revenue, so we're really good on that so far. For sales tax, we're at 8.4% of budgeted revenue, and we're about 12% over prior collection, so we're still doing really well with our sales tax. And at property tax right now, we've collected about 98.4% of our property tax already. And so again, most of that revenue is collected in January and February, but we only really need to collect about $50,000 more in property tax to have collected our entire budget for property tax this year. So we've done really well with the collection of property tax this year. Everybody's paying, so that's a really good thing. Landfill fees are about 32% above budget and about 63% above prior year. Again, we still expect that trend to stay on target because it's because of the increase on the landfill. Utility fund, again, it's about 58% of collection. Again, we're at 58% of the budget, so we're about right where we're supposed to be on the utility fund. Water sales is at about 0.5% above budget. So I mean, we're just barely making it right there with the water fund, but with water sales, but that's good. Sewer sales are down about 5%. And again, we didn't implement the rate right on time, and we delayed it a little bit, and then some of the bigger ones, we've delayed the rate a little bit. So. But we've made up with it with sanitation. Our sanitation is above budget about 5%. So it's kind of washed it out, and that's what has made our utility fund kind of balance out a little bit. So we're doing really well on the utility fund as well. Airport fund, we're doing really good on aviation fuel sales. We're up about 30% on those. And again, as y'all know, that's generally because the price of fuel has skyrocketed. So we're also seeing the increase in the expense as well on the fuel. On the street fund, our franchise fee is up about 1.75% and about 3% over prior year. So so far everything is going really well. On our expenses, so far our expenses are about 41% of the budget, and we just have 23% of the year left. So that means that we're about 20% under budget. So we're doing really well on our expenses. So the directors have been doing really well with managing their expenses well and keeping us under budget. So I want to really thank the directors for their expenses. On the utility fund side, we're at 46%. Again, that's still really well because that's almost that's like 22%. So again, we're under budget in expenses on the utility side as well. And we have made most of our bond payments for the year. So it's looking really good. Our revenue is, and I'll take any questions that you may have.
Mayor and Council, let me just add a couple of things. We mentioned that we're a little water sales at this point, but we're just coming into a summer that's going to be kind of dry. Already it's dry around, so we'll make that up this summer. The other part, a lot of our guys are within their spending, but people like Keith Boyd is just coming into the summer. This is when he spends all his money paving streets and stuff. So everybody's done good, but don't give him any. He's getting ready to start spending. Same with Ricky Harris. He spends most of his in the summertime too. But no, I was just kind of teasing him a little bit. But summer's when we'll make up a lot of water sales, but we spend a lot of our budget during the spring and summer.
And we are working on budget. Everybody is starting to put in their budget numbers. We got preliminary estimates from the appraisal district, so I'm working on some preliminary calculations, and I believe Candace sent out some emails regarding budget workshops to kind of get your thoughts and ideas on when y'all would be available for those. So
if you remember, this budget workshop it's a pre-budget workshop, but whereas we get ready to prepare, we come in and talk to y'all. You tell us big things that are on your mind, and we'll tell you the big things that we see on our mind. We'll go over the financials, and then each department will talk about issues, and you guys give us some parameters and so forth, so that we have enough information to go prepare the budget. And that's we're looking at the 31st. Is that right?
I think we decided June 14th, since most of the council was unavailable on the 31st.
Am I available on the 14th? Are y'all available on the 14th, y'all?
Okay. If we have no further questions, I appreciate you, Mikhail. Okay, we'll go ahead and close that item on the agenda at this time, and we'll move on to the next item. Next item on the agenda is item 3, presentation of library grants.
If you teach school for 30 years, you have to have a handout. So you all get a handout. I just finished a little class, and you always hope you get a lot out of it, and I think I did, but the one thing I remembered was a quote that said, "A good library shapes itself around a community instead of trying to get the community to shape itself around us." And about that time, a CAPS grant became available, which is Community Action Package. And this was a federal grant that was funded by the Institute of Museum and Library Services and awarded through the Texas State Library. So I applied for 2 of them and we got them. And I'd like to tell you it was $94,000, but it was $9,400, but that's still, we're going to go a long way with this. And with this, we're getting out of the library and into the community. And we are representing the library at the city functions, like we were at Pine Fest, we were at Cinco, we'll be at Juneteenth, and Christmas on the Square. If we have things like farmers markets and so forth, we plan to be there. And we're also planning monthly programs at nursing homes and daycare centers. These are places that these people can't come to the library, so we're going to go to them. And with this money, so far we purchased a tent, large print books, children's books, a portable scanner, craft supplies, and there'll be some more things coming. But we're really excited about this because, like I said, not everybody can get to us, so we need to get to them. So anybody having a question about this? And then I've got one little other thing to tell you about.
So these are different items here that your $9,400 grant could be spent for. You had guidelines what it could be used for.
Yes, and we could use it for anything that would serve the community. And so it was pretty broad. This money was money that was left over from CARES. So they parceled it out and then we applied for it. And it was actually pretty easy to get, which is a nice thing.
It's easy to get if you apply for it, but you have to do the work to go do it. So I really want to, kudos to Helen and to her staff, because it takes a little work to get it, but then you got to go spend it under the guidelines. And so the fact that they're not just happy with staying there, they want to go out and take it to the community is a big deal. So thank you.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely remarkable, and I'm sure the community is appreciating all the hard work you guys are doing over there, and to be able to get that out to all these events, I think is wonderful.
Well, I know we sure had the traffic at Pine Fest because everybody did, and then at Cinco they nearly ran us in the ground. It went really, really well. So Juneteenth is the next thing coming up, and we'll be there, and really looking forward to it. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. I wanted to tell you one more thing that each year the Texas State Library sort of sponsors this, and they have a committee of librarians who pick out 20, say, top books for elementary age. They call those bluebonnet books. The next group of junior high, and those are called Lone Star, and then it keeps going up through adults. Well, it's kind of hard to promote those books in the public library. It was easy in the school library, but in the public library it's a little harder. So this year we've hired somebody young, which has been real helpful because I've got some ideas, but I don't know how to do them. So Lupe is our new person, and I went to her and I said, "Okay, Lupe, how can we get a child to read the book and then videotape like a 30-second to 2-minute video of them talking about the book? And can we do that and embed it in a QR code?" She said, "I think we can." And we are. So we had planned to show you one tonight. We've just done the first 4. But this is what it looks like. If you can see. Look. So the kids will come by and pick up the books, and they'll just hold their phone up. You've done this. And then their phone will play the little summary of the book. And we think it'll make the kids want to read them. And then if this goes over well, the next plan is that we'll have staff picks for adults. And of course, what I said to Lupe about that was then I don't want them to see me or see us, but we wanted just our voices telling them what this book's about, trying to get people to pick them up and read them. I think the kids will like it. I don't know the kids will like it. I think the adults will. So anybody have any questions about anything? We're having a good time.
I was going to ask you, Helen, do you have any updates on your storage building, AKA the shed?
Ed Shed. Yes, I think Lanny's going to talk. Lanny's going to address that here just maybe in a minute. Y'all, we need a plaque when we get that. So, but Lanny's going to talk about that, and because it'll be awarded. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Helen.
Helen, any organization is, no matter what their function is no better than the people that's involved in it. And I'm just amazed at what you and your staff are doing for the library. It's amazing. Thank you so much for the extra thoughts and efforts that you're putting in, the extra time. I think the community I think it's a big deal.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing.
All righty, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda. Closing item 3, we'll move on to item 4, which is to discuss and consider approval of proposed architectural contract for the Civic Center renovation. Mr. Buck.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Thatcher, it's always a pleasure to be here in front of you. What I've got today is a proposed contract for architectural services. Essentially, I believe at the last council meeting, we discussed the fact that the sewer lines underneath the community center were failing, and every time we clean them, they just get worse and they just egg shape a little bit more. So they need to be replaced there at the end of their useful life. They're cast iron lines that were put in back then. So what you have in front of you is a proposed contract for architectural services to go in, give you plans and specs to tear out the existing lines, which will consist of breaking up some of the concrete that's in the building, replacing those lines, replacing the sewer and water fixtures that are inside the restrooms, bringing those up to ADA compliance, as well as convert one of the rooms that's in the community center to another restroom to bring us up to code with ADA compliant restroom at the other end of the facility. So that's what you have in front of you, and I'll take any questions that you have.
So the old pipes are deteriorating, which is causing a lot of, cause them to stop up?
So yes, they've separated, they're falling apart and we run cameras up in them to the point that they just plug at the most inopportune times. And essentially what's happening is every time we clean them, we're knocking a little bit more of that wall off. And then it just happens a little bit faster every time, and it's just getting to the point that it's in bad shape.
I just have a question. Not a good one. Do we have any other city buildings that still have cast iron pipe in 2022?
Probably, but I don't know the answer to that. I don't know where they are, to be honest with you.
Do we have any idea what the total cost of this project will be?
It won't be more than 300,000, somewhere between 250 and 300. Is that right?
That was our initial guess, yes.
And we're looking at 3 months, is that my understanding, 3 to 4 months?
Right, that would be the understanding, is it would go down and we think we're gonna have the plans done sometime in the middle of the summer, but maybe not take this thing out of service until Thanksgiving, a little after Thanksgiving, something like that.
We were discussing this, I'm on the Civic Center board, we had a meeting one day this past week concerning it, and that was kind of that board's, a lot of their ideas was we were going to be down during the slower period is the way it's going to be designed, just for the public to know, and they'll try to not book items, festivities, what have you, in advance, and have plenty of time to notify people of what we're doing and why we're doing it and all that. So hopefully not inconvenience very many people. I'm sure it will some, but the quicker the better, as far as to get it done as always.
And what we're planning here is to get the plans and specs together, so we'll have the opportunity to pick the time that we actually bid it based on whatever the scheduling is of the Civic Center.
Hey, Lanny, just curious, do y'all record the footage of the damaged pipe or take still image pictures to have for record purposes?
So in general we do, and our mechanical engineer was over that, and I will have to ask that question. Yeah, Rick said he did.
Yeah, awesome. Do we have any further questions? Okay, we'll open the floor for a motion on the item then.
I make a motion that we approve proposed architectural contract for the Civic Center renovation.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Chappelle, second by Councilman Adams. Madam Secretary, record a vote.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We'll now close that item. Okay, our next item is item 5, consider award of bid for library storage building.
Yes, sir. Once again, it's a privilege to be here. This is the ed shed, or whatever you want to call it, that you were discussing earlier. Took bids on the facility for May the 10th and received 2 bids. And the low bid of the project was Stansel Construction at $177,940. I will tell you there was a third bid there. You know, we bid this one time before, but he misread the bid time. He thought it said 1 o'clock when it said 10 o'clock. So, but he did call in and say his bid was higher than what we got. So there were 3 bids coming at the time. Anyway, Stansel Construction, we believe, is qualified to do this project, and anyway, they were the apparent low bidder.
Do you recall what we budgeted for this?
I think we budgeted 150 or something like that. Yeah, when we looked at it before COVID, we thought it was going to be between 80 and 100,000, and then COVID hit and everything, and then all these costs, things are going up. So we budgeted 200,000 for it. Is what she said.
What size is this going to be?
I knew you were going to ask that. It's somewhere around 1,000 square feet. It's somewhere in that general area.
We're going to build it. If you remember, right behind the library, we have the parking lot. It's going to be in the corner of that parking lot on your right as you go in.
Will this be climate controlled as well?
Yes, it's climate controlled. It's not ultimately finished out, but it is climate controlled.
And conduit for fiber.
That's why it's ran up to $177 a square foot.
Yeah.
Danny, if you could get the actual square footage back tomorrow, I'll email it to the council so they know about it.
I'll do that.
Do we have any kind of rendering of what we're looking at actually building?
We do. It's an NDA. We do. We just need to get it to you. We'll send it out to you. I'm sorry.
I will tell you that although these numbers are awful shocking, we had somebody recently have a house quoted to them that was a fairly nice house, but it was over $200 a square foot. They quoted it.
269 over on the east side of the metro.
Okay.
I'm thinking storage shed, so.
Yeah, that's a pretty expensive shed, so you purchase a home for you used to could purchase a home for that amount. But I would go ahead, and if there's no further questions, we'll go ahead and open the floor for a motion on the item.
I make a motion we approve bid for library storage building.
Do we have a second?
Hey, Ed, can I ask a question here? When we originally started this, I'm not saying we don't want to do it, but do we have to do it to this scale? I mean, obviously we're building a building here. I mean, this isn't a shed. This isn't it's an actual building. So, I mean, is when we originally talked about it, were we not going to build that ourselves, or was it?
What they need is a controlled place to store some of their materials. and they need a space to work in it also, so it needs to be air conditioned and so forth. It's more than just a shed, it's storage. Certainly storage, they're gonna have specialized racks and stuff to hold some of their stuff. But if you have a chance to go to the library and just walk through, have to show you, because they have no storage place, and it's all shoved in the library. There's no space to do any work on anything. It's just shoved in everybody's offices, or hell, you go in their office, it's all piled up with something that they're going to use summer or next spring or something. So, but it's a way to store their materials that won't deteriorate. And a library of this size needs to have this ancillary building to help them have a place to work, so they're not in people's way, and they can store stuff and actually do all these things around the community they want to do.
Will this be joined with a breezeway, or do you transition from, it's a separate building outside you go out to?
Well, it's supposed to match the library, but it'll be across the street, across Van Buren, in that corner of that parking lot. We don't have any other place, so we're not adding on to the thing, but we're giving them a place that they can have that they should have had in the first place when they built that library.
I have a question. I'm not a builder, but could we wait till later to look at it to see if the prices go down?
Yeah, we can. We'll be glad to do that. A lot of this money is the CARES money, so it's got to go somewhere, and it's approved project under the CARES money. So
that was my next question. Was if I remember right, this was part of the CARES that we allocated some funds for, that we had to tell them, the government, what we were going to spend it on or earmark it for. And
Helen, can you come up for just a second? Let me ask you a question about this. Now, I've had several conversations with some of the friends of the library, Mr. Rose in particular, and I can't remember exactly. He's told me something about, or what is there a special use for this building? Like, are y'all going to do some repair work to books and stuff in there, or there's something about it that y'all need the extra space to do the repairs of the book, or there's something he was telling me about that would give y'all access to do?
Well, I think what Bill was talking about is our yearly book sale, is we literally have thousands of books that are donated and so forth. So, and no place to store them. That's not all this will be used for, is to store used books, but that's where we plan to put them during the year, and then we can separate them. We just had the sale this last week at the Civic Center, and if you've been in the library before that, we had ABC all the way down the hall for the last several months, where we sorted books, and so that's one thing we'll be able to get out of there. But primarily we need it for storage. That's none of y'all. I think Tim, maybe you were on the council when they built the building, and you'll remember this, that the librarian, nobody had any input, and had they had input, they would have had storage, but there's no input. We've got an attic, and that's pretty much all the storage.
And so basically why you need this, and correct me if I'm wrong, you need it to be able to rotate books in and out, is that correct?
That's a lot of it, yes.
Does this include the furniture? You'll have a little bit of furniture out there, such as shelving. I'm referring to as furniture. Will you have some shelving and stuff? Is that?
I don't know if we ended up with shelving that or not, but if we didn't, the Friends are going to pay for the shelving, and they've asked to do that because we'd like to have movable shelving so they can reconfigure things as the years go by.
This is not probably relevant, but what kind of funds do y'all generate when you have your sale over there on the books?
This year was over $2,000, so they do well. That's a tiny group of people that work.
Can't they work out of it also? I'm assuming maybe separating the books and categorizing them, or whatever you need to do, and go through them and see what's what. I guess they'll do that out there too. Yes,
that's exactly what a lot of things will be. We're envisioning having different sections. You know, the children's section where we have a lot of our materials are for the kids. So we have things that go on all year, And we'll have, spring activities, so we'll be able to store those things because we pull those things back out every year and reuse them.
So that gives you more room inside to expand and have some more books, or what will you, that'll give you quite a bit more room inside the library, I guess, to use.
I'd like to say yes. It won't really give us that much more room, but it'll clear out. Like my office won't be stacked up to the ceiling, and Jeanette's. And if you walk in Jeanette's, you're supposed to wear a hard hat.
All right, thank you, Ms. Helen. Okay.
I second the motion.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay, well, we're moving along here. We had a motion by Councilman Chappelle, second by Councilman Walker. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we'll be moving on to item 7. We've previously done item 6. So item 7 on the agenda is to consider approval of pay request from W.M. Miller Construction Company, INC, for work on the 24-inch water line replacement I30 to Edwards Water Tower.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank y'all for letting me be here tonight. This is the first pay application for the 24-inch water line replacement project. The contractor is W.M. Miller Construction. Notice to proceed was March 21st. It's a 210-day contract. The amount payable on this first request is $225,241.23. A large portion of that is material on hand. You'll see that's $155,572.88.
This total project is a little over nearly, a little over $1,300,000, $1,307,000 for the whole project. Is that was basically what we, was in our budget for that, or do you remember?
Yes, it came in right around the budget.
Remind us again, this W.M. Miller Construction, they have done work for us previously.
I think they have done work for the city of Mount Pleasant some years ago.
Are you comfortable with it then? It's been a while. Are you good with it?
With the pay request? Yes.
All materials are on hand. You've looked at those.
Everything included in that price is on hand.
Ed, can you give me some clarity on this? I seem to remember this was in our 10-year capital improvement project. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. And yes, in fact, have we done work on the Edwards Water Tower?
Not yet.
But the line that goes from the plant to there is deteriorated very bad, so it's one of those we need to do, yeah.
Brittany, has W.M. Miller indicated that there's going to be any delays in any of this material?
They have, and what their schedule shows is installation of a 12-inch water line that they could get material for, but the 24-inch water line is delayed. Is
the placing this 24-inch, was it replacing it with a 24-inch, or was it a 12-inch, or what do we have previously? Do you know?
There are two parallel 12-inch lines.
And so, Brittany, on the 24-inch, did they indicate a tentative timeline on when they might get the 24-inch material?
Right now, July. So they'll have probably a month and a half of waiting.
All righty. If we have no further questions, I'll open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we request from W.M. Miller Construction represented for $220,241.23.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 The vote carries unanimously. We'll now close that item on the agenda. Our next item is item 8, is to consider approval of final pay request and closeout from GM Roberts INC, DBA Corrosion Eliminators for work on School Street Rehab.
Mayor and council, you have pay estimate number 17. This is the final pay request for the project. In your packet, you should have a few items. You'll have the reconciliatory change order. This change order is a deducting contract price by $37,895.
Has all the subs been paid on this?
We have been informed that one has not been paid.
But we have a affidavit that says all of them have been paid from the contractor, right?
That is correct, we do. And that is included in your packet as well. You have the affidavit of bills paid. You also have a certificate of substantial completion dated April 11th. That was the day the tank was put back in service.
So we have a dispute, we have an affidavit that says it's been paid, and then we have a sub, I'm assuming, that says that they haven't been paid. Is that correct? Would that be correct to assume?
Yeah, that's correct. Well, I haven't heard from the contractor, though.
Is the contractor here tonight?
Yes, he is.
Has all the subs been paid? Could you come up front?
Yet the owner, Gordon Roberts, has worked out a payment arrangement. He's already paid half of the invoice that was due. I'm sorry, I'm Wayne McElreath with GM Roberts Inc. And Gordon Roberts has worked out a payment arrangement. He's paid half of the invoice, and with the balance of what he would receive from here, he will fulfill his obligation. That's how he was able to. And there is no claim on his bond, so he's free and clear as far as his bond is concerned.
I guess my question would be, do we have the sub, does he happen to be here? Do we have a letter from him or anything on the sub that hasn't been paid?
I need you to come up front, sir. Please state your name. Yeah, you'll have to mash that button and hold it down.
Yes, sir. My name is Miguel Flores. I work with Tanky Coatings. We were subbed to perform the replacement of the riser pipe and some other repairs on the elevated tank. We have received 3 payments from Corrosion Eliminators, and I don't have any written documentation that says he's going to pay. It's a partial agreement for the remaining balance. And I just received the bond information today, so I'm going to contact the bond company tomorrow.
But you would be okay if he were paid tonight and they paid you tomorrow, you'd be okay with that?
You'll have to hold it down.
Okay. I have no problems against the city or anybody, or even Corrosion Eliminators. We just want our work to be paid as agreed.
Okay. I have a, Kerry, can you explain where we are in this process legally, please?
Jerry, first of all, we've got a bills paid affidavit that says all the subs are paid. He's, his remedy is basically going to be to either make this work, this deal here, like they're talking about, or ultimately go after his payment bond. We don't have any direct link with him as far, because we have the documentation from the contractor that says, so that's his remedy really right now. I hope that works. I hope this payment plan works, whatever, and he says it will, but that's where we are. We have an affidavit that says it's paid. Now, if he wants to withdraw that or say, that's not the way it is or it didn't work out, then that's another story as far as that goes. But we have it, we've withheld retainage. We're at the end of the road here, whatever. So, you know, Councilman, that's the way the system works, and that's why they have the payment performance bond for those kind of things. Now, if it turns out, I mean, if, as I say, there's an affidavit there, and it maybe was premature in giving it to us or something like that, if they want to, you know, change it, then we'll have to come back and do it. But, you know, we've got some, I think, some actual damages here, things, but that's how the system works, you know.
Now, I want Ed to explain, in your experience, what do you do with this type of issue?
Well, first of all, let me let you know that the project's been finished, a couple of weeks. The tank's been in service for a week or two, and the work's good, and it's working well, and the Verizon antennas are installed, and so everybody's happy. And so this is, as Kerry said, this is a very similar thing. I've been in places before where contracts or subs would come to the council and say, in fact, at some of the cities, the subcontractor was a small business owner in town. They'd say, can you just pay us and deduct it out of the, and Kerry is right, every attorney, we say, no, that we don't have a contract with you. You have it with them. We have to pay them. We've got this affidavit, and we can, you know, I guess, you look at the Wayne and say, we're going to pay you tonight and close out the deal, and we trust that you're going to pay your bill. So we can do that or whatever, but we cannot be the collector or the subcontract.
How much is owed to you, Miguel?
They owe us $45,300.
So the dollar amount that we're going to pay out tonight to you, Wayne, to your company, won't satisfy what's owed to him. Is that right, Brittany? Do you have those figures there in front of you?
The pay request tonight has amount payable of $34,761.61. That includes a communication repairs deduction of the $13,992.14. That was that the city experienced due to communication going down on the tower a couple times.
And we, of course, we've talked that over with the contractor, and they've agreed, acknowledged that, and agreed to take the deduction and get their payment.
Yes, they have. They have seen a copy of the invoices.
Yeah, because multiple times the sandblaster took the lights out. It's very important that the lights stay on, so that was some of this cost as well, along with taking the actual communications down with the antennas.
My point to you, counsel, I don't know either one of these gentlemen. I've never met them. I don't know if they have an internal dispute as to the legitimacy. Those are the questions that I don't need to know particularly. So, I mean, that's kind of where it puts us where we are. I've had them in the past where sub says he owes, contractor says, I don't owe him. I don't know, and I can't really delve into those, those kind of things. So we have to rely on what's presented to us, whatever, and that's how the system, how the system works.
I guess the way I see it, they gave us a deduction of $37,895 on the invoice, and then asked us to pay them in full, which tonight would be $34,761 and some change. And so the job's complete. They gave us a deduction, which I'm pacified, that satisfies me. But the subcontractor, he's got a remedy of going to the bond. He's not coming to us. And the water tower's finished, so I'm good with it. I mean, I'll make a motion that we pay the final pay request for GM Roberts, $34,761.61.
Yes, I'll second that motion. The dispute is between the two of you, and hopefully y'all can get that remedied. But if you've got an affidavit that says that all subs have been paid, if you have that, that's between y'all. But we're kind of out of that business, I guess, is what I have to say to both of you. But I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Adams, second by Councilman Dale. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We'll now close that item on the agenda. Our next item, item 9, is to discuss the signs in historic district.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Over the last couple months, maybe a little bit longer than that, with the signs coming in for permitting through downtown, there's been some discrepancies in the sign ordinance, mostly clarification items. And over our last couple meetings with the Main Street Board, they had some recommendations that we just wanted to get your input on and thoughts on as far as changing the ordinance.
We have a sign ordinance that covers the whole city, and then the Main Street area has other requirements. I mean, maybe more stringent. So this is what we're talking about, recommendations from the Main Street Board of changing things within the Main Street area.
You're talking about from Main Street USA, basically. They have some guidelines that our Main Street follows.
Yeah, but the recommendations are coming from our Main Street Board to you.
And that's kind of where we want to get some input on. Some of the things that they are recommending, we don't necessarily go along with the Main Street USA out of Austin on some of the lighting stuff. And some of the other ones are just clarification items. One of the first ones is the name. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the historic district and where it's located at. Let me give you a map. So the area in red is actually the Main Street area, the area that's highlighted in pink, red. And there's actually several zoning districts in there. The white is central business districts, which is predominantly the downtown area itself. The dark brown is neighborhood services, and then the orange is general retail. So there's actually several zoning districts within the historic district. And one of the confusions that seems to come up is that since it's not really just on our downtown central business district, it encompasses all of that. They want to update the name to Main Street Historic District rather than just Historic District, so it kind of clarifies what all it covers, because people know that area as the Main Street District. So that's one of the recommendations that the board made. The other two, or the other three, for the materials, interior illumination signs are currently not allowed in the Main Street area. They want to allow interior illuminated signs. So basically the cabinet signs that you see on a lot of the business, those would be considered interior illuminated. I want to kind of give you guys a rendering of 210 Madison, kind of when it was historically built. And so you can kind of see what a historic sign might look like. So if you look at that rendering, you'll say that the sign on the front, it's kind of a flat, probably wood or metal sign, and it has the down lighting that comes over the top of it. So that's more in line with the Main Street standards and what Main Street Austin would recommend for standards. The board does recommend to remove them because there are a lot of them that are currently within the Main Street district. Moving forward, we could allow what's out there, and then any new signs coming in, it would have to comply with that requirement, or if the council doesn't have any issues, we could remove it from the ordinance as well.
Wouldn't we want to have uniformity in the Main Street? I mean, I would think we'd want the historic to look more uniform than having hodgepodge. You got lights on this sign, no lights on this sign, so we either it's all or nothing thing. I'm just throwing that out there.
Some of the discussion that they've had is that we really don't have a historic downtown. They say it's kind of a hodgepodge now, and so maybe we just continue on that way kind of thing. So or they talk about making some they wanted to say, what was the sign they wanted to prohibit? The kind of color fluorescent signs. But then they wanted to put in that, but if you want a variance, you can get a variance to do it, kind of thing. So it was a little frustrating.
Do we have some new board members? I'm just curious. This Main Street program been going on for years now. And there's been a lot of these signs that's been painting on the side of the building. In fact, there's one being painted downtown right now as we speak. And there's been a number of signs that's been up for years, from the Dr. Pepper sign on the side of Joe's to the side of, I still call it Billy Craig, but the side of the Nardello's.
Yeah, painted signs are acceptable. There was the way the ordinance was written under 154 materials. It said no fluorescent materials and or paints shall be allowed. So there was some confusion on were paints allowed or not allowed. So one of the items they do want to clarify is change it to no fluorescent materials and or fluorescent paints allowed. So you'd still be allowed to paint a sign on your building. It just wouldn't be allowed in fluorescent paints.
Do we have any of those now?
I do not believe so. The closest thing would be maybe that butterfly thing on the black building downtown. You know, is it a butterfly? I think it's a butterfly, but it's not really fluorescent. But that's the brightest thing I think that's downtown.
And that was done by Main Street when they came in a couple of years ago and met here as I'm going to say maybe not even regionally, it was statewide. And that was something that they did. They had their conference. Okay, that was the term I'm looking for, the conference. They did down there. They went down there and did a lot of that, or had them put their handprints and this and that to do it during that period of time.
Yeah, one of the things was, and I'll let Robert, is that we do have some new board members. And then also, too, about 2 months ago, we sat down with Austin and with the Main Street, and we did a presentation inside the conference room here. And so that kind of brought forth some of this question as well.
I just wanted to add a couple of things from past experience with historic districts in Main Street, which I did quite a bit of back in 20 years ago and up to now. This is a designated historic district, the downtown area. They designated it. It's not in the zoning code, even though it makes reference to, it's talking about when you designate the district that you can use the suspects after it in the district it is. I think the confusing part what John is saying is that that's confusing when you've got several different districts that are inside zoning districts, and they did not put the prior city councils, whatever, when they wrote this part of the code, rather than put it in the zoning code, they put it in the building code, which makes it a little bit more difficult. The ones I've dealt with have been in the zoning code, so when you're designating the district, it becomes sort of an overlay district on top of a zoning district, and you designated that. A lot of places in Dallas, for instance, will have a lot of historic neighborhoods, and they'll call them, a certain name, a certain part of town. It becomes sort of an historic district or an historic boundary. But the other side of that is that if you were going to have an historic district for the downtown, the real reason you do it and you get into Main Street is that you're wanting to preserve the historic value of the downtown. So those things that you wouldn't want to do is to sort of have the hodgepodge of different signage, and you want to have a standard and probably want to prohibit those things that weren't of these, that wouldn't be 100 years ago if you didn't have that sign there. You're trying to capture what was historic in the downtown area. So I would just tell you that it's kind of something you should think about, that it is important to bring it back. I know in some of the cities that I've worked in, when you go down to Austin and deal with the historic commission, when you get their help and they come out and do a rendering for you, and they help you architecturally, they're trying to get you to go back and preserve that building to where it was. It has a lot of value to people, a lot of value to the state. So it kind of means a lot to kind of uphold those standards, and that involves signage. And so I would tell you that I think it's better to take that historic preservation attitude toward the downtown if you're going to have an historic downtown and designate it that way. And it is already designated through the building code. It is already designated that way.
Now we've had some business owners downtown that have, for example, they've used a banner, attach it to the building, and it's like a permanent, been there for a couple of years or 3 years. And we explained that that's a banner can't be used as a permanent sign, and they need to come down. Now, we had one of those business owners that has that said that you know, they were upset because the city didn't tell them and let them put it up and bolt it up. And we asked them if they came to get a permit and that kind of thing. They said they didn't know they had to, and then a lot of them are saying we ought to want the businesses to open and to succeed. Stuff we kept telling them we do, but they said, but if you're not going to let us do what we can afford to do, you're going to put these onerous requirements on it. Makes it difficult for us, and so that's kind of the tenor of the meeting the other day.
Also, too, the Main Street does give out facade grants, so anybody whose sign is technically not in compliance, I mean, wouldn't necessarily have an issue with it until they went to replace it, but when they did, they could get the finances to help cover it. I think they can get up to $10,000 every 3 years for facade grants.
Yeah, so that's my deal. We do provide money for them to utilize, and then you go down, and I went down and toured the buildings on the north side of the square that have been redone, and they're beautiful. I mean, they've done a great job. So you got people that are trying to do what Main Street, what Historic District wants to do, and then you got people that don't want to do it, but there are grants out there from us that you can get done what you need to get done. So I mean, if you choose to put your building or your business down there, I mean, you it's part of the requirements that when you update or you do your deal, then, you know, but we do provide money for that as well. So, I mean, you may not be able to do it this year. Maybe you need to wait another year till maybe we've run out of money for that particular year, but next year you can get a grant to do it, you know. So I don't, before we start changing things, we need to sit down and really think and talk about what we're doing, because at some point somebody designated that Main Street, and Main Street designation causes something to go in effect.
I want to ask a question. Herman Hensel, this question for you. Because most of the stuff, I've been here all my life, but most of the historical stuff that was once there, like the Rogers Building and all that stuff back 30 years ago and 40 years ago, what did you all do as far as the historical part of it to preserve it up to the point to when you left the council? Because so much of, when we talk about history is before us. So I was just wondering, how did you deal with the historical part of downtown at that point, say in the 80s or 90s?
Herman, could I get you to come to the microphone, please? Mr. Walker required you to have to walk up here.
I could give it a need later. Mostly back in, it was the historical committee put everything together. Whatever was historical back at the time. That answer your question, Eddie?
I'm thinking about it. Is just how much of that stuff during that time, the 80s and 90s, that was historical, do you see today from that period that's still here?
Get the mic. Yeah, hold it down.
You still got a lot of the names and stuff up on the buildings and everything. O.C. Ross has done a lot with the buildings and with the stuff he's done in front of his buildings and dressed them up, made a big difference in it.
I'd encourage anybody to go down and talk to Jeff Jackson or O.C. and just walk through their buildings. I mean, they're unbelievable. You've got Richard Witherspoon has done Nordello's. Even for that matter, right next door, the sandwich shop. That Laris, they do. I mean, it's still set up kind of like it was back then. And so you have people that have done what Main Street was designated to do, and even the buildings that the county bought and redid, they went back to old school, what they looked like, you know, to get that look. And so I'm just saying, before you go to changing things, you need to talk to people that spend a lot of money down there, putting it back the way that it ought to be, you know, like the designation says it should be.
Lynn's Western Wear right now is, you know, they're making it. They haven't put the awnings up yet, but they redid the buildings and everything, and that's looking real good.
Their awnings are because of the materials trying to get them shipped there, but they should probably have that up in the next 6 weeks or so.
Well, that's what I say, Glenn's, and then right next door they redid. Don Boggs redid the building right next door. I mean, those look amazing, you know. So it can be done, you know. It's just, do you want to or not? That's what the deal is. And like I said, there are grants in place. I understand all that takes money. You're not telling me anything. I don't have the kind of money to just jump up and do something all the time like that. But there are grants in place to do your sign. There are grants in place to do your facade, do your awning. So I mean, we need to think about that.
For the people that, you know, they're wanting to do that, the grant's out there, and that's what that money was set aside for, to assist in fixing it up so it all look good.
And this council, if you remember a year or two ago, based on a recommendation from the board, and you guys approved it, I think originally when I came, you could get up to $6,000, but you had to spend that money first, and then we would reimburse you. And I think it was $6,000. But so it was a 50-50 thing. Now, because people couldn't afford a $6,000, but they had these old buildings, they recommended that we reimburse up to $10,000, 100% up to $10,000, and that'll pay for a lot of those signs. Signs are between $3,000 and $5,000 or $6,000. So we've made that money available and pay 100% of it up to that amount.
Thank you, Ms. Henson.
Could I just, and you've asked a question, Jerry and Irma, when the council passed that particular ordinance and that overlay, it was in response, I think, to obstructions downtown. Y'all all know about that. And I think the intent of it originally was not to make it so onerous. You know, it's, okay, this is a starting place. You know, we're just not going to rush in like, you've got to do this, to start somewhere with it. So this, I think this is a good thing. Robert and John's like, okay, you've got some experience. It's not been tinkered with. Galen's got a good point where nothing's really ever been tweaked or anything to whatever. Now, whatever that is for y'all to decide. But that was the intent of it, was to come in and not be like Roman soldiers and say, you got to do this, this, and this, and by golly, that's the end of it. But to start, you know, in the middle and work and get to a point. So I think that's where you were, and it's probably worked. It's just time to look at it, like Galen says, and tweak it or not tweak it or whatever, but see, it's been in place long enough to see what works and doesn't work. So here's your opportunity, because I think it just says discuss tonight. It doesn't say maybe you change it. So
I will say this one last thing. If you remember, and I know y'all get the same thing I get, because, you know, I grew up here, but I raised my children in Sulphur Springs before I came back here. And if you talk to anybody, when they start talking about downtown, they start talking about Sulphur Springs. And so there was some growing pains over there then from all of that. I can remember they took up all the bricks off of downtown and then turn around and put stuff in and put the old bricks back in. So there are some growing pains that will take place anytime you're trying to do that. But if the Main Street and the downtown area want to do what they keep saying they want to do, is go back to basically what Sulphur Springs ended up doing and revitalize and thrive, well, you know, there are going to be some things that, you know, they decided down there that they want to make it look more historic and put brick back in the roads that they took up before. So y'all can ask Mark Maxwell about that. I mean, he got a pretty earful on that. So anyway, but just that, think about that.
And just one last thing I'll leave you with is, If anybody wants to redo their facade on the front, they can get free renderings from Austin. They just need to reach out to Clarabelle, and Austin will have an architect draw up 3 different renderings that fits with the historical content of our downtown, and then they can move forward with that. So that's another service.
So, Rob, where on this colored sheet are we mainly talking about right now? On this sheet, what are we talking about?
It's outlined, the border is that red line that goes around it. It's the entire border. We just wanted to clarify too with you guys that,
Go ahead, Rob.
we were just bringing this forward via the Main Street Board for discussion, but at the same time, you know, we can bring back the resolution if you want to change any of this stuff, or you want to wait and study it more. We just need some direction for staff.
Okay, that's what you're asking for, just direction.
I know a lot, we spend a lot of time up here doing things, but I talked to Ed about some of this the other day, and I think it might be a good deal if a couple of us went to a Main Street Board meeting and had a conversation with them and see really exactly what they're wanting to do. I mean, you know, maybe if we could give them some guidance on what we have and what our thought process is, the way we look at it. I understand, you know, they're looking at it in different ways probably sometimes than we are, but I think some of them are down there looking at it the same way I am personally. But it might help if a couple of us went to the Main Street Board meeting.
Well, we could also invite them to come to a council meeting with some of their ideas where all the council can hear it and make a decision. Let them come to us and just make a presentation. Let us hear it. Might be a good thing so all of us can hear it.
Yeah, I think we should go in that direction. We invite them here.
We can ask them questions, and I mean that's just an idea.
Well, I think it would be good that if we invite them, for them to go ahead and present some renderings with those ideas, because a picture's worth 1,000 words, and if we can see the visual effects of that, it'll help us with making our decisions as well.
I agree.
I have another question. And Robert, maybe, or either of you, but, and this is just a question. It does appear that it's beginning more popular to start painting signs on the murals and signs on the buildings, and that's beautiful. But it's like everything else. What is the life expectancy of that painted sign or mural, and then it begins to fade or peel? Does there need to be, if we're going to allow that, do we need some kind of instruction also that it has to be maintained to a certain level? I mean, it begins to look poor. I don't know, how do you monitor or analyze or govern that, if you will?
Well, I know Rockwall, when I was there, they had the same issue, and we had an ordinance there where you had to, it actually became they had a sort of an art committee, they had an art commission kind of thing, where before you could paint something on a building, they wouldn't really, unless it was historic, that had been there for years, like Dr. Pepper or one of those things that gets on a building, there was one particular building, they let them repaint that area there because it was historic and you could document it. If it wasn't historic, you couldn't paint on the building. They just didn't allow you to paint signage on an historic building. But the mural thing became an issue, and they wanted to do that. So they tried that. There were one mural was put on a law office there. It lasted about 4 years, and it started peeling off. And then it looked terrible, and they just completely took it off. And there's only been one or two other attempts at murals. The key was that city decided if you're going to do a mural in a downtown, it has to have historic value. Basically, it has to represent some historic thing that happened, or an event, or maybe some historic figure or something there in the city, and they would allow it. But it wasn't allowed for advertising. Essentially, you couldn't paint an advertising directly onto the building because of the historic value of the building.
So, okay, so that's historic buildings, but and even in a broader sense, buildings are not necessarily historic. And I'm not trying to overlap two issues here, but in our city, you don't want a lot of faded, peeling signs on buildings if they're putting their name and, you know, as a draw or as a sign in lieu of a sign, possibly.
I don't think, at least in my experience, most cities don't allow signs to be painted on buildings, painted directly to the building. They're either attached or either on metal or they're some other attached. Of course, these, like we're talking about on commercial buildings, on other places, there are actually installed signs, box signs or illuminated signs that are on there. But I've not, at least I've not seen the most cities that I've dealt with, they don't allow you to paint a sign directly on the building. The answer to the question you're asking there?
You answered it wonderfully. I want to say to the public that if anybody's listening to this, I hope sometimes you guys out in the public and other people in this room can understand stuff better than I can. I find some of this language that we need to use is very difficult. Maybe I'm just, again, out of touch with things, but I still don't understand what we're trying to discuss here tonight exactly and what it means to the city or to the building owners or the business owners in those buildings.
Well, the things that were listed there were 4 areas. I think one was the fact that they wanted to continue to allow illuminated signs, those box signs, things that are illuminated, interior illumination, not the historic way the signs were back in the 50s, 30s, 40s. They want to let people continue to do that on a allowed basis. In other words, be able to put up new signs that were backlit or lit, not backlit, but internally illuminated, which isn't very historic for a downtown of this age. That's the main thing. The other thing is they wanted to change because I think there's some confusion on the district itself about the sign, making sure that there's 3 different districts that are contained down in the downtown historic district, and those 3 districts are basically general retail, commercial, there's some neighborhood service, and there's the central business district. They wanted to define that so it looked like the sign regulations weren't overlapping, that the sign regulations for the historic district were standalone, and that's what I wanted to call it, the Main Street Historic District signs for the Main Street Historic District. That was one of the issues they asked. The other one was it's the plastic signs. They said no plastic signs currently are allowed to be used for sign faces. That's pretty typical in most historic districts. They're not going to allow you to put a plastic sign tagged to the building. Metal or wood, whatever was historic 75 years ago. But that's right. And that's right. That's correct. I think the intent was when you renovated, not that they were going to make people take them down, but what we're saying is when somebody came back, and this was what happens with Main Street. If you can't come back through the Main Street Historic Board down in Austin and whatnot, you get some help from them. When you try to renovate a building, you put it back to where it was, and you would not put a box sign back on. That's the key. The plastic thing, it says plastic shall not be allowed for sign faces, and that's what we're talking about. But I think there was some confusion which John was telling me, that they thought that they really were only trying to prohibit banners. But I'm not sure I would say that's not necessarily correct, because you're calling out a material that's plastic. You mean plastic sign faces generally is what you mean.
They want to allow plastic signs, but not the banners.
That's correct. That's correct. And that doesn't really coincide with what Main Street would tell you to do. You wouldn't put plastic signs up on these old historic buildings. It wouldn't be historic, for one thing.
But also, they can come say a box, what I call a box sign, which is what they're saying, interior illuminated signage. So say you have somebody off on a back road of Main Street, because Main Street encompasses more than you know, because you saw it on the rendering tonight. But they could come and say, hey, I'm not really downtown. I'm kind of off here on the corner. Can I put a sign up here? You can ask for a variance on that, can you? Not?
No. And the key is, I think what has happened, and I can't be, because I wasn't here, obviously. I think that's the recognition of where the boundary was has been probably confusing. Everybody kind of associates it. I think even ourselves maybe associated it just with the downtown central business district. But you're correct; it goes further out than that, and that's been some confusion as who can do what that's out there. So that's a little bit confusing.
That was one of the things that was said by the board, is we want to make these requirements, but then we want to allow them to be able to ask for a variance, and that'll be done. And that was what was frustrating, seeing Why do it?
Here's a completely different question. Then can we adjust where it is? I mean, can we draw it down to a more narrow, or is it set and it's that way?
No, you can change it. You can expand it. Matter of fact, I think what's come to you soon that there wasn't even thought about expanding it. I think, but I'm not sure that's what it sounds like we ought to do. But you could, technically you can. It's in the building code. You can redo the boundary if you'd like. Yeah. The last thing it was about the fluorescent colors or paint materials. It's and or paint. I think it even, to me, it says it okay. What's in there, it says that you don't want fluorescent paints. I think it's just they wanted to make it clear that it says no fluorescent paints. I mean, we could make that fix, but I think it's pretty clear that when you say no fluorescent materials and or paints shall be allowed, I think it's telling you no fluorescent paints right there.
One of the things too that they have, Main Street has a palette of colors, and it this high, and it's all cut, but they're subdued colors, like pastel. They're not brights, and but we've had buildings, even the buildings painted, and different ones are supposed to adhere to this or come to the board and get them to approve it. We have lots of renovation stuff that hasn't done it. They're not using those paint palettes and stuff, but they look fine. Then you got the flowered one, doesn't look so good, but although the Main Street guys like it because it was a Main Street project, like you were saying. So they've got a hodgepodge of even colors out there. So they're supposed to approve what you do with signs, colors, how you do your building historically. But what was pointed out the other day is they really haven't been following the guidelines up strict. It's just whatever people want to do.
It's probably an educational thing, like you're saying, for the people downtown, the owners and people, new owners that come in and whatnot. And when they go to do something that, when the building department also will tell them that if it's in the historic district, there's other guidelines they may have to go to the Main Street Board to get approval for some of these things. And that's usually the way it works. That's the way it works almost every Main Street downtown historic district that you designate. That's how you do it. So
I'd like to have the Main Street Board committee, whatever, come before us. But let me just add, just on a personal view on this, I think we need to be careful that, what Austin always does is maybe not what Mount Pleasant wants to do. And I think that's in a lot of a pretty broad area there I won't get into. But just because Austin or, it comes from some of these cities like that, don't always mean that's the best and what's right for us. I think we need to hear our people from downtown that's associated with it, putting their dollars in it. Let them give us some feedback and talk to them. I'd a lot rather hear from them than maybe what Austin has recommended to them, or maybe someone's moved in here from, and I'm not bashing Austin, but I am saying I think we just need to be cautious in going forward on regulations on so much stuff. I mean, you can almost over-regulate, and before you know it, we're going to be telling them what color shirts they can wear inside the each one of the businesses. Both of them don't need to be wearing red the same days. I know that sounds crazy, but it can get to that point, and I just think we need to be careful going forward. And it's not to that yet, but sometimes you give an inch, you crack the door before long the door is wide open, and some stuff's coming in that we don't want to come in. That's through the door. It's just an observation I'm making. Okay.
Just clarification on if I'm referencing Austin, I'm not referencing Austin. I'm referencing the Historic Commission, and they just come in. They offer their assistance is all it is, and it's all voluntary. They don't charge. When you're a Main Street city, you get that as a free thing that they have to do. And then what they do is they do the research and try to show you what that building. They'll go back and look historically what that building looked like, and they'll try to come up with a rendering. And that if a guy wants to redevelop it, he said this is what it looked like 100 years ago, and this is what you try to do. And if you can, you can. No pressure on that.
No one.
Sure, I understand that, and I respect that. I just want to make sure that we're not, and again, not on Austin, but the recommendations that we don't. If this is really a full consensus of all the majority of the Main Street committee board, the businesses down there, even the ones that aren't really directly involved with the Main Street program on a week or monthly basis, but yet they're going to be affected by it.
I think most of them, they're not really all together. A lot of them are saying, look, we don't want to be hard on the small business guys. He's bought this building, he wants to do, let's just help him be successful. Others are saying, no, we need to stick to these requirements. And it kind of makes me wonder if, we've been a Main Street city for 29, 30 years, and maybe it's run its gamut. I mean, because either you have a Main Street area and you've got these requirements and you want to do it, or you say, look, we're being too onerous, because that did come up by several of them. We're being too onerous. They need to be able to do what they want to do. And, within the regulations we've got for everybody. And, but I was hearing the board say, yeah, but let's allow them to get waivers in this, because we don't want to be too onerous. And then others are saying, we've got to protect the integrity of the Main Street area. And maybe that's where we are on that discussion.
Yep, I totally understand that, and I think, and let me say that we do want a vibrant downtown. We want a great downtown area. It says a lot for the city, so I'm very much for that in whatever we can do to help with it. But I look forward to hearing from the board and being able to answer questions from them.
So, Ed, real quick, you mentioned the Main Street has like a sample of or swatches of color. So we mentioned Cavender's doing their upgrade. Glenn's. So the color they painted that, was that approved color from them, or is that a color that Glenn's decided to use? I'm just curious to know if they're using their own color palette or they're using what Main Street has.
It's the latter. I don't think they brought a project in to look at the colors. But under our Main Street requirements, they should have, and also American National Bank and a lot of things. And it looks really nice. But I'm just saying not everybody's doing it. And so, and then you've got some that say, look, we need to, and then a lot of plastic letters and signs, they say we need to allow that. And I'm just saying, I'm not so sure that there's maybe more of a consensus to let them have a little more leeway and do things, not be so onerous on them. And yet, I've had 3 Main Street cities, one from when it first started back in the early 80s. And back then, when you were in a Main Street area, you buy a building, you better not even break a board off of the wall before you come with the Historic Commission, the Main Street Board, and get approval for it. It was pretty strict. They wanted to go back to the original. Now it's not so much that anymore, because people have risen up and said, I bought this building, you're telling me what to do with it. So, and you look what OC and like those guys are doing, they're doing a good job, and they're putting the money into it. But
I will say this, OC and them would do that whether they were in Main Street or not. They just, because they do things right, And so I'm kind of with Ed on this deal. If you don't want to do it, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with letting the owners do whatever they want to do. But if you're going to be Main Street, you need to do Main Street. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But you need to drop the Main Street designation, and then do whatever you want to do, and we can pull it completely out of the code, and you can do whatever you want to do down there, except like the rest of us in the city have to do. So that I trust them to do whatever they want to do, but they need to really decide whether they want to be Main Street or not, I think.
It's like we frustrate ourselves here because we're not sure what we are, so we create our own frustration.
Okay, well, again, we'll get more clarity on that when we meet with them. We'll go ahead and end this discussion and move on to our next item on the agenda, which is our public comment. If we have anyone in the public that would like to come up and address us, please state your name at this time. All righty, go ahead.
I would like to congratulate Mr. Thatcher on his recent award, and our Tribune newspaper thought enough of it to print it a few editions ago and put it on the front page. So if anybody hasn't had a chance to see or review that article about Ed Thatcher and his wife and their accomplishments, they're pretty impressive. And I just wanted to congratulate him on that achievement, he and his wife.
That's awesome. Also, congratulations, Ed. You well deserving. Okay.
And so does Debbie.
I was going to say, do you notice only my picture showed up and hers didn't? I've been hearing about that.
I want to take a second. to Thursday of this week, which is day after tomorrow, from 8 to 10. I'm hosting a breakfast at my place along with our state rep, Cole Hefner, and Kent Cooper, and we have the Attorney General of the state of Texas coming in to speak, and Ken Paxton. And I'd like to invite all the department heads. If y'all would like to come, we'd love to have you. It's open to the public as well. So come see us.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to city manager's report.
Yeah, you all know we're starting the budget. We talked about that earlier, so that we're getting ready to get into that big time. And so we'll get this date worked out that we meet with you. In the meantime, I've got information for the events that are happening this week with EDC. I give those to you, and then next week, a memorial. We've got the bridge dedication and plaque at the country club on 3:00 on Friday afternoon, and it's the 27th, I think. 27th at 3:00, and then also, are you going to announce the other one? We've got a decoration day. I'll let Jerry talk about that same week.
We have the second decoration day scheduled for Cortina Cemetery on May the 29th at 3 p.m. And also at that time, the pavilion should be completed. So we'll do the groundbreaking probably as well as the service at the same time. It's interesting. We were hoping they'd get started by that time, but we've got the they poured the concrete before the steel came. And the day the steel came, the contractor, who was Stansel, got out there and had it erected in about a half a day. The next day they finished it, and then today they put the roof on it, and they've got to put the roof ridge, and we want to make sure everything Stansel's done with everything before we start meeting in it, but it looks like he's going to have it done the next day or two, so we ought to be able to not have to have a tent, but meet under that. So.
All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and close the city manager's report. We'll move on to executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The City Council will recess into executive session at this time to discuss the following. Personnel matters, to discuss the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, board appointments, and city manager. This time, we're going to, did I miss real property? Okay, real property, I'm sorry. Real property, discuss, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property.
It is now 10:39 p.m. and we're reconvening from executive session, and no action was taken. So at this time, we will adjourn. Thank you for attending.